Alright, is it working now? It looks like it's working. Okay, cool. The rabbit is streaming. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, there's no way to test this stuff without starting my stream and immediately having everything go wrong. But it's all good. Okay, so we got all of our first half of our items here. If anyone missed it, the one random night in September that I decided to do this before, I'm drawing all of the items from Ocarina of Time. There's a lot of them. I don't actually have to draw all these. A bunch of these are animation frames, which I'm probably not going to bother doing. Because the 3DS versions of a bunch of these items, like the medallions, have like a little shine that streaks across them, and the bottle contents kind of go woo 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 and like slosh in the bottles and stuff. And I actually don't know why there's 2 bomb chews or any of these other things. I'm not sure what those are there for. There's a lot of dud items here, but I'm following the order of these just to keep me organized because this is the same PNG file that I'm going to be inputting these into so that I can use my Zooter tracker when I play randomizers. And if all goes well, I will be able to slot all the stuff that I draw into there and test it out the next time I stream Zooter, which would be very cool. I would love to be able to have my own art in the corner for that. But yeah, so start off, I guess. Let's do some quest items. Is there anything over on the right side? No. Okay. I'm gonna lengthen this document then. Keep things organized a little bit. Okay, first thing I'm drawing is an egg. Oh, that's not the right brush at all. I like Zooter, it's funny to say. Didn't really have a plan for how to stylize this, but I think this will work fine. Now this might be a little small. Let's see if I can make the egg a little bit bigger, but keep the nest the same size. That'd be fun. Nice and quirky, very fantasy. Yeah. That's the egg. How does that compare in size to this other stuff? Oh, it's about on par. I could probably still make it a little bit bigger. Egg. Exactly, you get it. Then we have to draw the chicken. I'm not drawing it like this. The one in the 3DS sprite is not nearly scrunkly enough. We gotta get this thing. Look at this fucker. Love it. Love it. It's so shaped. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they're both N64 chickens, so that checks out. Well, I guess they're not necessarily N64 chickens. There's other Harvest Moons. Most of them are mobile or like handheld games, but you get the idea. I do quite like the N64 Harvest Moon animals. I think they're very good. I'm actually going to get rid of the legs. I want this to just be roosting. So sorry I didn't start earlier, by the way. I was meaning to start more like around midnight, and then instead there was a cat in my bed, and I needed to like lay next to him for a little bit so he would stay settled down there for a bit, except then he didn't anyway. But while I was doing that, I pulled out my 3DS and ended up beating Oracle of Seasons. So now I've done that. Now I can definitively say that I think I like Seasons better than Ages, which is not the outcome I expected. But also I don't like either of them like that much. Like I like them about as much as I like any Zelda game, just at like a baseline level. Like they're good and they're Zelda. Oh, that looks really bad, actually. I need to really just shape this out a little bit more. Hi, I want to offer you a trip to hell. Explode. Die. There we go. Perish, robot. There's only room for one robot in my heart, and it's Mega Man. Which one? Who knows? Probably one of the blue ones. I don't actually know that much about Mega Man, I just appreciate his vibe. I don't need to give a shadow, that doesn't make any sense. It's going to be on like a black background. Silly me. I'm gonna look up the actual like in-game model for these so I can. They've changed up the design of Kukos like several times throughout the games, so I gotta make sure I get the version that is authentic to Ocarina of Time. And apparently they have a comb that's more off the back of the head, like Yoshi. Going for kind of a Feathers the Penguin vibe with this one. From Wallace and Gromit. Like this penguin would absolutely rob you at gunpoint, I think. Well, let's see how badly I can draw a revolver. Yeah, that's pretty bad, I think. Alright. Surprisingly, despite it all, one thing that I'm really not good at drawing is guns without reference. I think that's one of my better revolvers that I've done from memory. I will be charitable to myself. I'm not completely being self-deprecating here. But I could do better if I had reference, I think. Reference is good. Reference is your friend, especially when you need to draw guns, because guns are complicated. Thank you. I'm glad you approve. They made the chickens so normal in the earlier Zeldas. I like how for a while in the series they all had like actually I think they do now still too in like Breath of the Wild, but they all had like masks. That was like a signature point of their like design, as opposed to just being chickens. Yeah, I just have a playlist of thunderstorm ambiance and chill Nintendo music. See, because I can't get DMCA'd if I'm just playing video game music, although YouTube apparently thinks otherwise. I've had actually, yeah, it's probably a good point to mention. I made a YouTube channel and I've started uploading old VODs on there, at least what I have. I've missed a couple of them apparently, but the ones that I have downloaded I've been uploading. And it's been kind of funny having YouTube be like, oh, we detected copyrighted material in this one. It doesn't matter since you're not monetizing this, but like, it's in there just so you know. And I go look and it's like trying to tell me that like some random person's cover of a song from Celeste is like getting claimed in my Zooter run, or like what was the one yesterday that I saw? It was like trying to claim that the Kakariko Village theme from Twilight Princess was like somebody's original song that was on Spotify, and I'm like, no. No, I'm pretty sure that is from The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Nintendo GameCube, and we would go off, I guess. Also, yeah, if you do want to view those old VODs, I don't have them all up yet. Some of them are still unlisted because I need to add custom thumbnails for it, and apparently there's a limit of how many of those you can do in a day. So I only have 1 out of the 4 episodes of the Halo Infinite streams. But like all of the Pokemon Sketchlock that I've done thus far is up. I figured it was important to get those up so that I can resume that soon. So I think I have that linked underneath the video player. Like it's in my About tab on my Twitch channel, and it's also in the little thing below down, like where the rules are and the little sound alert buttons and stuff. Oh yeah, hey, this is the song. Yeah, YouTube copyright claim tried to claim that this was like somebody's original song, and I'm like, no, this is from a video game, but I can't dispute it unless I own the song, so fuck me, I guess. But it's also fine because I don't need to dispute it because... Why am I over detailing this? I did it perfectly fine before. I also don't need to dispute it because I can't monetize my stuff anyway, and I probably never will. I think you have to have like 10,000 subscribers to monetize anything anyway. And I have 0 because I just made my channel like last week, and I didn't promote it at all. Okay, Zelda's letter. I do like the bug. I like this bug a lot. He's like, his little dance. This is the bug dance. Thank you for enjoying. It's kind of funny, actually. So the VOD for the first half of this is also on there. That's like one of the first things that's uploaded on there. There's like an old Zooter, and then there's this. Like the part 1 of drawing all the items. The mic is very crunchy, and I do apologize for that. It was, like, I think the last thing that I streamed before getting a new computer and mic. And figuring out all my sound balancing and virtual audio devices and stuff. But it's kind of funny. It also was like a stream where my internet cut out like 6 times throughout the duration of it. So it's like a 6-hour stream that was split into like 7 VODs of varying lengths that I had to edit back together in Sunny Vegas and re-export, and it took like 3 hours to export. Are there 2 icons for the chicken? There sure are, and they are identical because there's the pocket cuckoo. The eggs are the same too. I should make, since they do technically have separate sprites, I think. Do they have separate sprites on here, or do they reuse it? They do. Oh, they have separate ones in the 3DS one. It's got this funny little design. Okay, so that's why this one's less scrunkly. I see. Anyway, what I was going to say is while I was waiting for the thing to process, in Sony Vegas, it was like rendering it in real time, so I could see little previews of it and stuff. And at one point it stopped while I was drawing the bug, and I could see like the first thing that I drew was the little face, and then I kept it the entire time. And I never changed it. I was like, yep, no, that's perfect. That's what I want. Little head, dot eyes, excellent. I'm not a bug person as far as like any sort of like realism with bugs. I really don't like bugs in real life. Or like realistic ones. But I do like little cartoon bugs. I think they're funny. Little bugs with dot eyes and smiley faces. I think they're good. Oh, that'd be good. I should make like a shitpost version of these and have that also exported as a thing I can use in Zooter. I think that'd be funny. My intent once these are done, if I can get them like working and looking good in Baronade Tracker, is that I will probably probably like find some way to distribute them online for other people to use. There's like a bunch of skin options built into Baronade Tracker already, but most of them are like official sprites and stuff, so it'd be cool to have like a custom one in there that people can use if they want. Although I was thinking about it, like I'm gonna do all these as they are, but before I put them in the tracker, I might like take some of them and make them a little bit more like I might make this a little bit more beefy or bring it back more like this, just to kind of like make the stick a little bit thicker, stuff like that, just so they show up a little bit, because they're a little bit skinny in some places. And like the sprites, you can see they really like squashed them down a bit to be more visible. Yeah, exactly. Where's the child ghost? There it is. I feel like one of the only times that Ocarina of Time actually like really like touches on how funny the concept of like anything that's going on in the child half of the story is, like specifically when you get the Zelda's letter item, like because you bring it to the guard, and he just laughs and he's like, "Oh, our princess, she's a wacky one, isn't she? Well, all right, I guess you can go through." But like, I do love the idea of like just like this like 11-year-old girl draws a like scribbles a little like note in crayon on like official royal stationery and says, "Yeah, bring this to the guard. This should get you through." Actually, I guess it becomes all that much more funny when they also do kind of like put Ganondorf up to be executed, like by the royal family, also on the order of an 11-year-old. Ocarina of Time's a really funny game when you don't think about how like how badly those poor kids end up getting fucked up. Well, one of them anyway. Zelda's fine, actually. Where she ever has some bad dreams, the version of her that gets traumatized doesn't exist. Except for when it does. Because timeline nonsense. Okay, I don't, I don't think that showed up on stream. There was, shoutouts to, Twitch's, like, automatic moderation actually did something for once. Just stopped a fairly explicit message from showing up on screen and warned me. Gave me a fucking heart attack. Alright, this is probably a lot more ornate than it needs to be, actually. Maybe I'll just, let's do this. I got the swirls elsewhere. I can have this just be like straight lines like it is in the N64 texture. Best of both worlds. Like Hannah Montana. I almost said iCarly, but those are different people. I don't know anything about either of them. Oh, this is a little bit too far to the right. Drawing designs on like surfaces that are in perspective is like such a nightmare. Getting everything aligned. Okay. I think that's good to go though. Oh, I get to draw the masks now. Nice. That'd be funny. I wouldn't like change all the items though. It would just be like a couple of them would be funny. Like I already had Bunny instead of the cow with the Hylian symbols. Anyways, time for Pikachu. I mean Keaton. I love how like they were like in Ocarina of Time they refer to it as like a character that's very popular with children, and then like they brought the mask back in Majora's Mask and they were like, well fuck, we can't literally make this Pikachu, that's a problem. So they had to come up with like actual like lore for Keaton as like a Zelda character and made it into like a kitsune. Which is cool, but like I just think it's extremely funny that it was like very clearly meant to be Pikachu when they started. I don't know, I feel like any diehard Majora's Mask fan knows Keaton is the thing. If there's one thing that like really big Zelda fans are great at, it's remembering obscure characters who only show up once. Source, me. Doge would also be, I could make a Doge mask if I ever made a joke version of this. That'd be good. Like, did you know that the yeah, like examples of random Zelda trivia that I know as far as like side characters go? You know the funny man in the windmill that plays the hurdy-gurdy. He does have a name. His name is Guru Guru. The owl also has a name. It's Kapora Jabora. Or Kabora Gabora. I don't know actually. I don't remember. I think it's a RG. Kabora Gabora. Yeah, something like that. It's a really obscure character. He's like this green guy who thinks he's a fairy. His name is Tinkle. A lot of people don't know about him. I feel like if they did, they'd probably meme about him a lot. Thank goodness they've never gotten a hold of that guy, or they'd probably be insufferable about him. This is good enough for Keaton mask, I think. Did you know the Happy Mask salesman's real name is canonically Steve? If you didn't know that, that's okay. It's pretty obscure. Because I lied. But also you can't verify that his name isn't Steve because it's never given in-game. Oh hey, something cool. Shoutouts to Skyward Sword for like, kind of like retroactively giving context to this design by making it a thing that like bokoblins wear and carry in Skyward Sword, which is like chronologically before this game. And so it's like a relic of that. I always thought that was cool. Okay, hold on. What, pray tell, is Stone Cold Steve Austin's favorite Zelda game? I know very little about this man, or, yeah, really just anything about him, but I do actually want to know this. Make the eyes wider to be spookier. Alright, that's fair. I mean, I don't think there's any answer to that question that I'd be like, that's not fair, like that doesn't make sense. Except for I would maybe raise an eyebrow if someone said Zelda 2. Not because I think that like that shouldn't be someone's favorite game. I'm just always curious why. Like, I feel like there are only a couple of like reasons that someone would like Zelda 2. And I'm always curious which of them it is. It's either like they think they're like it's usually like they think that like the concept and like the vibes of it and stuff are cool, and they like the lore of like the story, like the kind of darker story it presents. As like a sequel to Zelda 1. And then the other one usually is that they're like really nostalgic for it. It's usually one of the two, but not both, in my experience. Very lucky I'm nostalgic for this game and not that, though. Although, as I established in a conversation earlier today when talking about Rayman 1 and Jet Force Gemini and Donkey Kong 64, like you can be nostalgic for something and still think it sucks shit, so... I don't think Keaton dies. No, so the masks in Ocarina of Time are, for all intents and purposes, just decorative. They are just masks. There's nothing like sinister or magical about them except for the Mask of Truth. And I guess arguably the Bunny Hood, because it, in the vanilla game without modifications, like with randomizer I have it so that it does the Majora's Mask effect of making you run faster, but in vanilla game it just makes it so Stalfos don't attack you at night. Which is cool. Or Stal Children, I think they're called. But yeah, it's only Majora's Mask that they have like magical properties, and most of them aren't from like dead people. They just kind of like contain like emotions, I guess, from people. Some of them are just like straight up like just commemorative or like parts of uniforms. The one that you get from, the one that you use to summon Keaton, like you don't get it from Keaton, you use it to summon them. You just get it as part of a quest from a kid who goes around wearing it. Oh, yeah. There, this is my game theory thumbnail. Yeah, Bunny Hood is filled with the desire to run and scamper and be silly. Good night. Thanks for popping in. I think there's like the skull mask and the spooky mask, and they are very distinctly separate. They are not the same item. This right here, this isn't spooky. This is a skull. There's nothing spooky about it. Don't get it twisted. I do need to move the features up a little bit, though. I might have drawn this a little bit too big, actually. Yeah, that's about right, actually. I just need to scoot it up. Howdy. I'm moving at a pretty good pace here, actually. I feel good about this. Let's see, what's after Spooky Mask? Bunny Hood. Hell yeah, time to draw my favorite item. Vanilla. If I had my way, the bunny hood would be an actual hood instead of a hairband. I think that'd be fun. I mean, that's true, yeah. Well, it depends on the link, I guess. Depends on the iteration of him. I do think the concept of the masks in Majora's Mask is a little bit funny if you think about it, though, like, because like a lot of them are like cool and have like emotional significance and stuff with like different quests where you help someone and form a bond with them, and like the mask is like their gratitude, or it's like some like restless spirit that you bring peace to, and they leave behind the mask, or like, you know, you lift a curse from someone and the curse is stored in the mask instead. But then there's like, You got like the postman's hat, which is just a hat that he takes off and gives to you. It's not like magic or anything. And it, I guess the emotion that it like represents is like working class solidarity. Until that dude, bro, the world is ending. Take some vacation time. And he's like, all right, fine. If you insist. I was on that grind, but you've made me see the light. Oh yeah, Zora swimming in the original is really, really fun. Oh, one of these ears is longer than the other. Oh, I can't possibly make the other one shorter, so we have to make this one longer. Can't have less ear than we currently have. That would be impossible. I really have like the worst possible background color for being able to see the the notifications. Well, it does need to still fit in like a square inventory slot on the sprite sheet, so that's probably not a good idea, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. Okay. Goron mask. Let's do it. These are the 4 masks that don't matter. They don't do anything in Ocarina of Time. Well, except for, actually, I guess Mask of Truth is the only one that actually does anything besides. What I mean is these aren't involved in a quest. Like, you get them as a reward for finishing the first half of the quest. They just become unlocked for you and you can wear them wherever, and most of them don't do anything. People give you the same, like, dialogue that they do normally. Gotta make this rounder. It's really important that I convey that this thing is soft and fuzzy, because it definitely is. Like, this is definitely a fabric-covered hairband. Bombchi looks like a gummy. Yeah, I'd eat that. Oh, yeah. That is, well, that's good, because it is a little bit weird that all of these are like, here's like a wacky fantasy creature, and then it's just like, this is just like a person. You're just wearing like a stereotype of a person. Like, that's a little whack. No wonder they didn't bring that one back in Majora's Mask. In a game where the masks actually have any sort of like significance, I feel like that would be really hard to reconcile. Oh, right, yeah, no, because they think it's a disguise. And they still won't let you pass, because you can't get into Gerudo Fortress as a child normally. Unless you use fly cheats. I really like the Gorons in Breath of the Wild. I feel like if there's one thing that has really been perfected in the series is that they have really nailed the vibe for what the Gorons ought to be and how they should like function as a society and stuff. The Gorons in Breath of the Wild are so fun. I love the way they look. I love their like their facial expressions in that one are really good, where they just like they do this with their eyes sometimes. That looks really nasty if it's not colored in. It looks kind of nasty anyway, actually. This is just like not the right shape. Hold on. I gotta give him like a cheek. This is an N64 Goron. They gotta have a cheek. It's really important that they have a cheek. No, I've made it worse. Oh, Gorons are actually really hard to draw. I wish it was like more feasible to stream Majora's Mask randomizer, because I'd like to try it at some point, but it's just like it would have to be a multi-stream thing. Like they take so long. Oh, you know what I'm doing wrong here? Head doesn't end in a point. It's gotta be like little mountain heads. Me when I'm a big fan of a mountain. Total mountain head. Oh yeah, I remember when I named my save file Morbius and then I had like an incredibly bad seed. That's divine punishment. Okay, I need to make this a little more expressionless, I think is the issue. And maybe give him more of a chin. This is like a mask after all. I'm not actually drawing a Goron. Yeah, that looks about right, actually. I got it. It'll look better with color, but that'll do for now, I think. Might put these up here actually, just so I got space for me as well. And I can put all the masks down here. Sora mask. These eyes are way too low. I will have to move them up a little bit, I think. Oh, yeah. I feel like there was at some point a canonical reason given for why the Gorons couldn't just eat the rocks elsewhere in the mountain, specifically needed the ones in Dodongo's cavern. I don't remember what it was. I know they've said there's like, it said somewhere that there's like tasty rocks in there, but I feel like there was like a specific reason. Then again, I guess it doesn't say that they're like starving or anything. It's just like inconvenient and the people are unhappy. So maybe it is just that like that's where the tasty rocks are. Oh, I'm gonna leave these eyes just like open, I think. And, like have it so they're like painted on. Because they are. I think they mention starving in like other Zelda games, like specifically in Majora's Mask, they're starving. And also freezing to death. But, yeah, I don't know, everyone's kind of just chilling, at least in the child timeline. When you're an adult, it's less about them starving, and it's more that you are trying to prevent them from being eaten by a dragon. They've all been hauled off to the fire temple and imprisoned to be sacrifices to Volvagia. Oh, that's also good. I remember seeing that. I don't remember where it's from, but I do remember seeing that. gonna try and give these like some wood texturing, I think, for like the last 4 masks. I think that'd be cool. Because like somebody made these, right? So it'd be cool if they have like some kind of signs of... Fortunately, putting these lines on the Goron one does make it look like a pumpkin a little bit. Her eyes are too big. Alright, these are all roughly the same size. Good. And Mask of Truth. I should also probably save. Saving is good. I recommend saving when you've been working on something for a long time. I should take my own advice. Wait, I think the mouth part is open, so maybe I won't fill that in actually. On all the renders it shows up as black, and I'm not entirely sure why. But in the 3D model, it is definitely just an open mouth. So we're gonna roll with that, I think. I'm going to leave some of the designs off of this just because I want to... oh. Yeah, just because I want to do this on the color layer. I've got a plan. I guess this triangle doesn't really need to point at one of the corners. Like the masks have gotten bigger as I've gone along. No, okay, they're about the same size. Never mind. Good job, me. I don't even have to I don't even have to rescale any of them. My eyes aren't sharp, but apparently my hands are. So it's all good. We're Gucci. Okay, so that means we're on to the adult trade items now. Cool. All right, so for the weird egg. No, is it the pocket egg? I think. The peg. Yeah. Mm-hmm. These eggs actually do have a different sprite in the 3DS version specifically. So this one I'm going to make smaller. And make the nest bigger, actually. Well, make the nest wider, I guess.
Egg.
Egg jump scare.
Egg.
What is the cooldown on an egg? I guess we're finding out, aren't we? Are there 2 eggs? Wait, where's the other one? How are you doing this? What's the secret?
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. President, there's a second egg. If I made this egg have like Yoshi spots on it, how would that be? Wouldn't that be fun? Good call. I should drink water. I should also... I still need to find a different sound effect for that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. No, I actually don't like the spots. Okay, and then we're gonna take that chicken and we're gonna make it like, what if it was like a funnier little guy? I like that both the 3DS, like the Pocket Cuckoo and the Kojiro are they're both based off of like the 1998 like promo render of Kojiro specifically. This image, this one right here. Look at it, enjoy it. It's the official render for the funny blue chicken. I just realized that like anybody who hasn't, anybody who's only seen Ocarina of Time through me playing Zooter has potentially never seen Kojiro before. They are kissing. They are in love. One of them's a little bit angry. Let's compare the sizes of these, because I would like the pocket cuckoo to be, like, smaller. Just a little bit. Yeah, this is good. Alright, and then we get to just... Love is love. I see no difference. Just kidding, I do see a difference. It's that this chicken is fucking pissed. You know what this is right here? You know what I'm looking at right now? This is... You know what this is to me? Hold on, I've got this. Shit, what's her name? This is them to me. Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see what I'm laying down here? Am I insane? Maybe. Oh wait, shit, I can't merge those. I gotta move them apart. I only moved them together as a joke to make them kiss. I do actually need them apart for the sake of coloring, or that'd be a nightmare. Okay. Chickens accomplished. This is the thing that James Bond is always saying. Real James Bond quote. I've seen all the movies. He says it. Oh, mushroom time. Hell yeah. Damn, there's so many good items in this game. Hey, anyone guess what item I'm the most excited to draw after the bunny head? Not this one, though. Sorry, Frogger 2. I am not drawing you like that. It's time for the image of all time. We're almost there. I love Eyeball Frog in the N64 version. Anyways, big mushroom. guess that's all I really have to do for this one. I don't have to get too fancy with it. Most of it will be in the color. And then this one's the medicine made from that mushroom. Putting my fabric drawing skills to good use. Yeah, that works, I think. I gotta get Recent Cyrus off my screen so that I can actually see my refs. Shoutouts to the Zelda Dungeon Wiki, both for being a independent wiki and not a shitty fandom one, but also having like comprehensive sprites of like every single item in the game with comparisons between their in-game models and menu sprites and like promo renders and the 3DS versions and all of it. It's just like, I don't know how long this has been here, but I'm very, very grateful for it. I'm actually not sure that this was even here when I like started doing these, because I think some of this stuff might have been found in a leak, specifically the renders from like 1996 or 98. Have I been saying 96 this whole time? I meant 8. It's 98. Okay. Next we got Poacher's Saw. And what did the Poacher's Saw? Who knows? I think I made that too big, actually. Or maybe not, actually. I'm not really sure what the idea is with the poacher's saw. It's a little bit of an odd thing. Hi. Number of spikes worked out perfectly with the length. Look at me go. Just need it to work on both sides. Can I pull it off? Now I'm thinking about it too much. I'm trying to keep them even with the other side. Okay, we did it. Gaming in like an art way. I am continuing to I'm continuing what I started back in September, which was just, I don't know, trying to draw every item, partially for fun. I like drawing Zelda items. I think they're fun to stylize. But also, like, it's for putting custom textures into the tracker I use for randomizers. Like, I think actually I can pull it up. Hold on. I've got, I'm going to switch over to my Zooter thing. I hope this doesn't clear the chat. This might clear the chat. We're not sure. It sure did clear the chat. But you can see, like, I've got the tracker there, right? So ideally, I'd be able to put my own art in there. Anyway, sorry for breaking the chat. The forbidden cookie. No one can ever have that cookie. Because it's my video game. In fact, literally all of my stream layouts, except I think Pokemon, all of my other stream layouts have the cookie behind the game. Like if they ever crash or something, the cookie will be there. The cookie is there to feed my digital elves. My cyber elves. They live in my file tree. God, I love this. This still just makes me so happy. Hit it out of the park with these chickens. They're so dumb. Anyways, what's next? Broken Vigoron sword. Okay. Or broken giant knife. I'm actually gonna skip this. I'm just gonna put I'm gonna wait until I have done the little image for the Vigoron sword. like the actual item, and then I will come back and I'll come back and fill this slot in. Yeah, well that way it's mostly so that I make sure that it's like the right size, you know? Because if I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just fill this whole thing with the handle because it's broken, so it needs to be that big, and then I go to make that into the full sword, and it's like, uh-oh, it's too big. I want it to be consistent because in the tracker you should be able to like you reuse that for keeping track of if you've like purchased or found a Bigorun or a Giant's Knife in the game. Like it uses the same sprite, and so like you need to be able to flick between them and have the blade either be complete or broken. Like it's always aligned to the bottom left here. Okay, we're almost at Frog. We're so close. I like how the cross on this is purple in game, specifically to presumably because like I think you isn't there some, what exactly is the what exactly is the regulation that you break by having a like a red like first aid sign in your game? Geneva Convention? Yeah. Which is really funny because isn't Geneva Convention about like war crimes and stuff? So is it like, oh no, what if a like wounded soldier in a faraway place sees your red cross in a video game and thinks it's real and is deceived? War crime. It is copyrighted, but I think it's specifically Geneva Convention that is like the reason that it's like at all enforced. Is that what it is? That makes more sense, honestly. That it'd be like American Red Cross, as in like the company. Well, hold on. Where's Valve based? Maybe it's only if you're an American company you're not allowed to do it. That'd be funny. Because, like, Valve is it an American company? Okay, I thought, for some reason I thought Gabe Newell was, like, from New Zealand for some reason. Or does he just live there for fun? Alright, it's time for the best item in the game. Let's do this shit. I'm gonna do this completely unaltered. In fact, I'm actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to, like, trace this as a base so that I do not lose its marvelous splendor.
Yeehaw!
Yeah. Let me just make sure it's the right size. Good. It is in fact the frog. So we're going to get the general proportions correct here. Play a little loosey-goosey, but we need to get the face right is the thing that's really important. It needs to be, like, completely expressionless. Like, that's the thing about the eyeball frog in the original is it's not smiling and it's not unhappy. It's just kind of like gawking, and I think that that's great. I also have to make sure I don't accidentally make it a Pepe because I hate Pepe. I hate to look at it. Alright, just vaguely get the limb lengths right. That's enough of that. Now we fly freestyle. If I do a good enough job of this, maybe I'll make it like an emote. I feel like that would be a good one. I use like the actual like eyeball frog sprite a lot as like a Discord emote. I think it's very good. Actually, wait, do I have that in my better TTV? How do I even access those? I can't find them. Might have to be on the actual Twitch site to do it. I am not. I'm just in Streamlabs. hate that this still looks like Pepe. How do I make it not? What am I missing? What's the key element? I need to stare into this little sucker's soul. What does he see that I don't? How do I zoom out? It really is. Both the comment about Rito Village and also the don't think I want to give him nostrils. No, that's bad. I don't like that. This isn't the right emotion, but it is a good one. Yeah, no, that's Pepe. Okay, so I have to avoid that. It's like big pupils and like a little bit cross-eyed, I think is the key. Yeah, that's kind of it. I think the mouth needs to be just like even less like. Yeah, maybe. They're like decently rounded. Like I have like a slightly more like scanline blurred version on the side next to me from the wiki. It has become more of a challenge than I thought it would be, but I'm okay with that. It's worth it. Do it for Eyeball Frog. Yeah, this is kind of it. I feel like this is like a good balance between like my stylization and the actual design. That's it. Imagine the soundbite of Charlie Brown yelling, "That's it," but I'm not going to play that because it's loud. I can guess. Is it water? Yeah. Called it. Called shot. I hate how naked this little thing looks. I need to like... put a shirt on that beast. Hold on. No, now it looks more like a Peppy again. We can't give him clothes. I need to make like the outlines around the eyes smaller so the eyes look more like bulging also. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop fiddling with this. It's perfect. We've nailed it, we've done it. I'll try and give it some modesty in my shading when I add the color. Okay, and then that's the eyeball frog. Then we go over to the eye drops and the claim check. I am gonna skip doing all these little like bows with the magic arrows equipped because they don't matter for the tracker. I can do them another time on my own time, but I'm not gonna worry about them for now because they are only an equip sprite. They are never like an actual, never counted as a separate item. It's just showing that you have the bow and the like the elemental arrow equipped at the same time. This is silly music. I like this song. What shop is this? I know it's Animal Crossing, but cool. Thanks for popping in, Juice. See you around. It's not an Amogus. I'm not making it an Amogus. You can't trick me. I shan't do it. I do think it's funny that like now that the sketchlock pods are up on YouTube, the handful of people who run around for that will finally have context for why I have a ditto Amogus drawing. I mean, like, they won't have like a lot of context, but they'll have like a little bit. It'll be there. I think it was pretty inexplicable when I did it. And I feel like the context does make it a little bit funnier. Spoilers for that if you were planning on watching it and didn't see it live. I did deliberately lose to a Ditto in order to draw it. Just so I could do that joke. It's not easy to lose to a Ditto, actually, as it turns out. Especially when the Ditto has copied your tank Pokemon that doesn't have very strong moves, except for rollout. Also, something I just realized, can we talk about how, like, a substantial portion of Adult Link's, like, trading quest involves just, like, delivering prescription drugs to people? Like, various, like, high-potency medicine on horseback. I think that's funny. I guess, yeah. That is the thing. It's easy to forget that, like, it's easy to forget that the adult timeline is, like, mildly post-apocalyptic. Like, there is kind of just anarchy. There is no, like, castle anymore. There's no guards. The royal family is presumed dead. The Sheikah have gone into hiding. Everyone's just kind of chilling is the thing. Like, things are arguably a lot more dire in Ocarina of Time than they are in Majora's Mask. Because Majora's Mask is all about the threat of the apocalypse happening. In Ocarina of Time, it just kind of happens and you can't do anything about it. Except to, like, I don't know, I guess, defeat the bad guy and then go back in time and prevent his rise to power entirely. Which feels a little bit like cheating, but I'll allow it. The animation for Bigoron using the eye drops is, like, funny. He does just like you can't see the bottle. Like, he just pinches his fingers together and kind of shakes his hand over his eye, and it makes this super loud dripping noise that, like, echoes across the entirety of Hyrule, and you see it like it just pans across everywhere and you see it happen as the sound echoes. It's really funny. Just had a thought. What if someone drew the Gorons with paws instead of hands and feet? Imagine. I think someone should do this, but it won't be me. I was just thinking about how they're like the Goron crest looks kind of like a little like paw print, and I was like, that could be something. I mean, think about it. They like just walk around butt-ass naked on like mountains and rocks and caves and stuff. It would make sense that they would have like, they would have evolved like pads on their hands and feet for navigating that. Maybe not bunnies, but like moles or something. I guess that's already what magmas were, though, and those existed concurrently with Gorons and Scoured Sword. Shouts to magmas, by the way. Wonder what happened to those guys. I miss them. All right, it's finally time to draw swords. I'm excited, actually. So for these, I might need to actually make a little grid. Realistically, I should have made a grid from the beginning, but... All right, let's do it. We will start with the Goron sword. It's got kind of like a weird shape to its blade where it kind of curves in the middle and then hits this point and then curves back out. So I kind of want to convey that a little bit in my art. Like any weapon is in like primary weapons like swords and stuff, or just like any item? So I think the Rock's Cape from Minish Cap would be cool if it was just any item, but that's not really a weapon, I guess. It's more of a tool. I would not want the Majora's Mask Mirror Shield because I don't want that thing staring at me. I don't want it in my house. For those who are not familiar with the Majora's Mask Mirror Shield, it looks like this. It's like kind of like a roundish hexagonal design. It's got these little bits on the side that on their own seem pretty innocuous. It's just like kind of decorative. Okay, sure. Why not? And then you realize those are hands, and this is the frame. And they are grabbing, trying to escape this thing because the shield looks like this. Majora's Mask is fucked up. Yeah. Any item that can deal damage. Yeah, it's like a guy screaming with his hands on the side of his head, I guess. Or like trying to get out of the shield. Yeah, which is like, I like that when it's the cool design from like Wind Waker or Ocarina of Time. I'm not thrilled to see a weird little face whipping around the room every time I turn around. Because it also happens if you just like walk through a patch of light and it shines off your back. I'm still waiting for them to find a way to like change the reflection, the way that it looks. Because like even if you have like model mods that change the way that the shield looks, it'll always be dependent on like the platform and the version of the ROM you're using. Whether or not the reflection texture looks one way or another. We don't know that the shield was a dead guy. I'm just saying it's like got a creepy face. I don't think a guy's actually trying to get out of the shield. Although I guess it is implied to be like magical. Like it can Actually, does the mirror shield reflect any, like, energy attacks or anything in that game? Do you use it like you do in Ocarina of Time to, like when you, like, reflect, like, Twin Rova's elemental attacks, or is it just kind of a good shield that also has the light reflecting effects? I don't think these are even. Okay. I like how the Master Sword, like, inexplicably got longer in every game it was in. Like, in Ocarina of Time, it's like a pretty normal length. In Link to the Past, it's kind of just a reskin of your regular sword in-game. Like, just different colors. I don't even need to look up a higher res version of the design for this. I know what the Ocarina of Time Master Sword looks like by heart. Which is maybe hubris, but, like, I don't know. These are going to be really small on the screen. It's not like anyone actually cares if I get the details perfect. I care. No one else cares. And I'd actually be pretty concerned if someone else cared. I would be like, why? Is that a Toho thing? I don't know anything about this, but I vaguely recognize the name. I'm gonna scooch this part down. It didn't have a rupee design, I don't think, but there's like a, and it's just kind of a geometric, like, it's just sort of like a gem cut kind of thing like this. It's supposed to be rounder than I did it though, it's more like that. Symmetry is a pain in the ass, but I don't entirely know how to... use the symmetry ruler tool in this program, so I simply won't. I understand how you use like the perspective rulers just fine, it's just I haven't messed with the symmetry tools very much. Ocarina of Time Master Sword, my beloved. Nice and simple, no like weird shapes off the side that you have to keep track of like that. It's just this. Make it a little bit chunkier. Can I flip this? Will it let me? I think I've got it at a solid 45-degree angle, so maybe. I had a wooden Master Sword replica as a kid, actually. My mom made it for a very high-effort Halloween costume when I was little. And then we just kept the sword around for years, and I used to use it as a prop in like my videos for my video production class in high school. It was cool because it was like she made it before the era where you could just easily look up refs for this stuff. So she found like some like she used the instruction manual and like some blown up crusty JPEG that she found on like a really old IGN page. And got my grandpa to like cut out the rough shape, and then she like carved it down and sanded it and painted it and stuff. And it's based more off of the like in-game model than the like official art one. It's just the details on it are based off of the official render. But it's part of why I know how to draw this particular iteration of the sword so well. It has this weird little thing on its blade that none of the other ones do. But yeah, it was also just like a really well-made sword is the thing that was wild about it. Like, it felt really good to use. It had like a good balance and weight to it. I also made a lot of, yeah, my mom was just like, I don't know, my mom's actually really skilled at like crafts and painting and like just like making shit for like practical purposes and costumes and stuff. It's just that she kind of like fell off of like giving a shit about it after having 4 kids. So like the one thing that I was actually relatively lucky on about being the oldest is that like I got sick ass Halloween costumes as a kid until I hit like, I don't know, 4th or 5th grade, and then that was over. I want to make these smaller, I think. Yeah, like I also had I had a cardboard and paper mache Hylian shield that she made. And that was still kicking around our house for a long time, but we did have to get rid of it at one point because it was in the garage for a while, and then mice pooped all over it, and it was not sanitary to keep it around. I was very upset. I was very nostalgic about that shield. The sword got very dinged up over time from use and accidentally whacking things with it that shouldn't have been. Alright, there's our Master Sword. Probably more detailed than it needs to be for how small it's going to be. Like, oh my god, look how small it is compared to like any of these other things. Actually, it's about a... Damn, actually no, you know what? It's about the right size. Not next to like the hook shot and stuff, but like next to the hammer and like just fitting into these. Yeah, accidentally. Definitely was not trying to like fight with it. I also made a lot of like cardboard swords growing up. But they just weren't the same. Like I'd make them out of like the tubes that like wrapping paper and plastic wrap come on. And lots of tape. I feel like I need to make the handle just like one tick shorter. To give it more blade. Like if it's gonna be stylized to be short like this, then I gotta like put more emphasis on the blade or it just looks awkward. Can't have a fucking Zelda cartoon sword up in here where it's just a dagger. Also known as a Zelda 2 sword. Bottom. Yeah, that was my childhood. I had swords. And then I got in trouble for swinging the swords around. Like, come on, what am I supposed to do? Anyway, speaking of daggers, here's one. I'm actually probably just gonna erase most of this and I love this sword. I love its stupid blade shape that doesn't fit in the sheath. I love the fact that it's like very clearly not as long as the sheath that you're holding. Nougat is the stuff that is inside Toblerone, if that helps. If you've ever had Toblerone, you've had nougat. It's the chewy stuff in the middle. Well, it's not so much that, like, swords need to fit exactly into the sheath, it's just that, like, the way that this tapers outward at the end very clearly makes it so that it wouldn't fit into a sheath, I don't think. Or if it did, it would have to be a really wide one and it would rattle around a lot and probably damage the blade over time. It's just a funny design. Like anytime that you see like a cartoon sword that's like pretty much all the Toon Link swords are like some variation of like you can just draw a line straight from the handle to the blade most of the time. Like they're like this. I don't know why I suddenly can't draw this fucking sword. I have drawn this sword a million times. Come on. It's like... They taper out like so dramatically at the end. It's like very clearly like if you tried to fit a sheath around this, it would have to accommodate the widest part, so you'd have like all this like back and forth rattling while it was in there. That, or they, in some of the designs though, like in the Minish Cap one specifically, they, and I think also the Phantom Hourglass ones, they have like a really skinny handle and then really wide, like straight blade, which I do like the look of. I think that looks cool. It's like the broadswords in old Fire Emblem games. Just a real thwacker. You just hit somebody with this and it either chops them or it just like hurts. One way or another, mission accomplished, you know? That's like the Phantom Hourglass sword, I think, there specifically. There are katanas in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild. You've got the Sheikah blades in that. I love how sometimes Clip Studio just decides that, no, you're done moving this around and selecting it actually, and just bumps me out of it. I don't know why it does that, but it sure does it occasionally. I also had a paper mache and cardboard version of one of these because the year before I was Adult Link, my mom also made a Young Link costume for me and made a Kokiri sword and Deku shield out of cardboard, which is, I think, why she felt so confident going ahead and doing the really ambitious one the next year. It is kind of funny to think, given the circumstances, that my mom was the one who bought me my first pair of leggings. And then 20-ish years later, looking at me somewhat bewildered and confused and disapproving as I show up in the airport wearing leggings again. She did this to me. It's her fault. Also, if you are looking for... sorry, I wasn't reading the chat. I was just nattering about cardboard swords. But if you're looking for the Breath of the Wild katanas, search up the eightfold long blade. And that should get you one of them at least. Also the Wind Cleaver. There we go, that's pretty recognizably the Kokiri sword, yeah. Barely even looked at a ref. Oh yeah, also, this sword started a trend in Zelda swords that I really, really like, which is these ones that have the flat part like down here and then come to a point, so it's like you got like 3 faces on the sword. Like that. Or I guess like that. As opposed to like the Wind Waker swords and Phantom Hourglass and stuff, and Minish Cap, which put them all up here instead and have like a flat bit at the end. Like that's cool too. And actually I think some of the renders of the Kokiri sword have that. Technically the in-game one does, but I'm not drawing that. But like, they brought this thing back with the Orden sword in Twilight Princess, which is one of my favorite swords. It's like very basic, but I'm also like a sucker for just like nice practical basic swords. That's the one that's like in all the official art, and it's like this. Just got this like little steel hilt. Little like leather wrapped grip. And then yeah, the blade does this like 3-facet thing. And I'm a big old sucker for it. So like if you were to shade this, it would be like you would shade that part, but this part would have like reflection on it or something. I think what did I really liked the training sword from Skyward Sword as well, the one that you have for like the first like half hour of the game and then it immediately gets replaced and you never see it again. What's that one like? I know the hilt of it is like this. It's got like a really small hilt actually. You may recognize this sword from if I've ever done like Minecraft fan art that you've seen. This is for years and still what I default to for the design of the swords in that game when I want to make them like stylized, I guess. It's like I do something roughly like this. This is kind of my this is default sword in my mind. This one also uses that faceted design like the Master Sword. I'm trying to remember what the hilt of this looks like. It's not like this, I don't think. Oh no, I remember. It's a pommel like that. Did I say hilt? I meant pommel. That's what this thing's called. Anyway, the proportions are really off, but that's the training sword from Skyward Sword. Can you tell I spent like a lot of hours of my life drawing Zelda swords? Anyways, you get bonus swords while I ramble about swords. Taffy fixation unlocked. Well, not unlocked, but I guess revealed. If it wasn't obvious already that I like swords. Yeah, stream exclusive swords. When I post these on Twitter, nobody else gets to see those. So congrats, I guess. I've been drawing for almost 3 hours, though. I do need to go stretch my hands and stuff. So I think having done these swords, that might be a good time for me to just hop up and go stretch. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'll leave the music running, though. Be right back. And I'm back. I really gotta make a new BRB banner or something, or some sort of little like waiting screen. Because yeah, making it weird would be fun. I need to make one that actually like aligns with my full screen, because like if I turn that back on, you can see like it like goes underneath the chat and it like doesn't line up with my like my Club Studio borders like at all. Partially because I'm always accidentally adjusting them, but yeah, it's just like really outdated. Oh, I need to get that off my screen. Forgot I pulled it up for the sake of the bit. Anyways, time for shields. Shield time. Well, these will be easier. Oh, wait, no, they won't. No, I have to draw the Hylian shield. Fuck. No. Oh, dear. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of go down the page with these ones, I think. Wait, actually, before I do anything else, let's fill in that broken giant's knife. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Let's do some shields, shall we? Start in the middle, because the Hylian one is the one that I'm dreading the most, and the other ones will get breath of fresh air after I do them. What if I did try a symmetry ruler just this once? Let's see. Do I know how to use one of those? I think I have to pull up the actual ruler tool. Symmetrical ruler. Let's do it. Okay. Okay, we might actually be cooking here. Oh yeah, this is it. Alright, well I feel stupid for not using this now. It's like a little bit like jarring actually. This is going to be the easiest Hylian shield I've ever drawn in my life, and I've drawn so many Hylian shields in my life. trickiest part of this tool is, I think, maybe just drawing on the seam is the thing. Like anything that actually touches the seam is a little bit tricky, because it'll like double it up. It's still definitely easier than actually trying to keep everything symmetrical, so I will take it gladly. The other caveat of using the symmetry tool is that oh, that's not going to work. Yeah, I'm going to have to do this part manually. It's okay. Yeah, the other caveat of doing this with the symmetry tool is that I can't use like a regular eraser at all. Anytime I want to erase, I have to hit a hotkey to switch to drawing with transparency, which essentially turns my pen into an eraser. Because the eraser tool is set specifically to not be affected by rulers. Would that we could all be so lucky as to be like the eraser tool. Something to think about, you know? Deep 4 a.m. thoughts. But like also super not. There we go. That's the Hylian shield. Hell yeah. I am definitely going to be using that tool again in the future. Okay. Just scooch this ruler over here, I guess. We'll do the mirror shield next, and then we don't need a symmetry ruler for the mirror shield, or for the Deku shield, because it's not symmetrical. It's like an organic shape. It'll be really easy. I'll bring it over here so y'all can see what I'm doing. I am gonna draw the like Master Quest / 3DS version of this design. Fun fact, did you know that the so like originally the mirror shield had a like a crescent and a star on it, and they did like censor that in later releases and change it to something that wasn't just like vaguely an Islamic symbol, which I feel like is probably the right choice to make. There were a few other things they censored for similar reasons that were just kind of thoughtlessly used in the original game, like stock sounds that turned out to actually be like prayer chants and stuff. But interestingly enough, the patch that removes that in subsequent versions, like on the Wii Virtual Console and stuff like that, is actually like, it is an emulation patch, not a change to the ROM. So if you were to like extract the ROM from like the Wii Virtual Console version or the Master Quest version or something like that, and got it running on like an N64 emulator, it would be it would still be like the N64 version, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Also, hi. Welcome to my little late night stream. I'm gonna extract that, put it on another layer, and merge into the main line so that only the mirror shield is on this layer. It's honestly kind of chill doing this and knowing that I have like I don't have to worry about like getting the other side perfect, because it'll just mirror it. It'll mirror my mirror shield. It's great. This is ideal. Gerudo emblem is a little bit tricky. Because it's like kind of a diamond, but kind of not. Actually, that's most of it right there. Something really like soothing about using the symmetry tool. Actually, I should do this more often. Also, this song is really cool. I like how they took like the Link's Awakening like cave theme and turned it into like a unique thing. What is this track? Is this from a dungeon or is this... Angler's Tunnel. See, I think it's just a cave that leads to like an important location. It's been a while since I played Link's Awakening. I should really do that again sometime. Give me a good stream game. Especially since like I just finished playing through the Oracle games. Okay, there we go. That's the mirror shield. And then do like the symmetry there. I really should have done that for the swords. It would have made my life so much easier. Yeehaw. Anyways, time to draw the Kokiri shield, or Deku shield. You know the thing, the one, this one. Howdy. Oh yeah, I never explained the joke of the text at the bottom of the screen, by the way. If it wasn't obvious, the unisex big boy sword is the Bigoron sword. I'm not really sure why I decided that should be the joke to have at the bottom for this stream, considering I don't feel like there's a lot of people who remember that. But that was like an ongoing thing in a couple of Zuda runs for a while there. And in particular, it was, I think, a thing when I was doing my, like, vanilla Ocarina of Time playthrough the one time. Well, mostly vanilla. It was vanilla, except I was also Hatsune Miku. Really is a shame I don't have the VOD for that. I really should have started, like, saving VODs sooner. But the joke of that particular set of 2 streams was that I did not reveal until halfway through the playthrough that I was playing I was playing the game in Modeler 64 and had like taunts and costumes and stuff set up. So I like dabbed at one point when no one was looking, and then didn't acknowledge it. And like after I pulled the Master Sword, the cutscene ends, and Link was Hatsune Miku. And then I continued to be Hatsune Miku for the rest of the game, including when I went back to Child. We'll talk more than anything else when I play like the 3DS Master Mode, or not Master Mode, Master Quest, and it like mirrors all the stuff in the game. This is the thing that messes me up the most, actually, is the Kokiri, or I guess like just seeing Link's sword on the wrong side, but also like specifically seeing the Deku Shield flipped, because I'm so used to this emblem being the way that it is. Howdy. Hold on, wait, I can do this too. There we go. Now it's mutual. Alright, a little off center. But we got it. I think the rest of these are all good though. Okay, that's the shields done. What else is there? Tunics. This is easy, we just have to do 1, and then we can copy it over and just change the color. Let's see, how do I want to stylize these? They've got like a lot of different, like out of all the different renders of this, it's like they folded it, they made it simpler, they like folded it again, They just removed the belt entirely. This one's on like a mannequin, I guess. How do I want to do it? I'm kind of feeling the folding method. I like how that looks. Okay, I like this. I think showing the seams will help it sell the folding effect. Ooh, Age of Calamity music. That's a game I've thought about streaming before. I don't know how good like a Warriors game would be for streaming, but I do like that game quite a bit. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I try. But even if you aren't like particularly into Warriors games or heard that the story was bad, although I think the story is at least fun, it's like not what people were looking for necessarily, but I think it was still like compelling. Definitely at least like look up the soundtrack for Age of Calamity, because that game's music is like absolutely on par with like a mainline Zelda game. It is fantastic, to the point that like sometimes I don't immediately recognize that music in it is not from a mainline Zelda game. And then I hear it, and then I'm like, wait, no, hold on, this is the such and such theme from that game. Like, it is like just as distinctive to me as like the Twilight Princess Hyrule Field theme. Okay. Yeah, that works, I think. I think I've been clustering these items too close together. I need to just make my canvas bigger, honestly. Wish I'd structured this a little bit better just so this was slightly easier. Still immensely proud of that frog, by the way. I can't believe I did it. I successfully captured the splendor of Eyeball Frog. Oh, that's why they get all so scrunched together at the end here. It's because I'm fitting one extra item on here. I need to just scoot all this one space to the right. And then remove our froggy friend down here. Perfect. Oh, I thought there was a fleck I needed to erase, and then I realized it's just a little bit of dust on my screen. We're all good. And then I should also move the rows apart, like down a little bit. Because that first row is way more separated than the rest of these. Man, this is a lot of shit I've drawn tonight. This is like more than last time, technically, in terms of total number of items. The best part is I don't have to draw a bunch of bottles and stuff, so it's not going to take quite as long to color because, like, oh my god, these transparency effects. Especially on the bottles were such a pain to, like, get all working and not have problems with them. Just trying to keep these aligned with the boxes so they'll be easier to line up on the tracker later. Oh, I've goofed this up. Never mind. Just one to the right. There we go. Okay, and then we need to draw the boots, which will take a little bit more variance, I guess. We're also going to need to extend our canvas just a little bit more. I should have done these horizontally in hindsight, but that's okay. That'll leave space over here for, and over here for like quest items and stuff. Oh, I still gotta do gauntlets too. Gauntlets, scales, wallets, quivers, bomb bags. That's pretty much it, just like ammo capacity and like strength upgrades. And then there's like a few more of these that I technically need to do. I gotta draw all the medallions and stuff. I could technically do that off stream if I wanted. Or I could do like one more like smaller art stream where I finish these off and then do some splash art for like playing something else. I haven't decided. I kind of want to stream Metroid Prime. Like I picked up the remaster of that because I heard it was very good. But I also kind of want to just play it on my own, so maybe I would like stream like Metroid Dread instead. But either way, I need to draw my persona in power armor. Like this is essential. I can't not do that. I have multiple Metroid games I need to play on stream, so not getting away without doing that. Like if I really wanted to cheap out, I do technically have her drawn in like a Star Fox uniform, and I could be like, oh, it's like kind of the same thing. She's in like space gear, she has a gun. But like that's lame. Come on, if I have an opportunity to draw Metroid power armor, I gotta do it, right? Right? Like I'm not getting away with not doing that. I think it'd be really fun if Randomizer lets you randomize the Kokiri boots. I think that'd be really funny. Like if you could just start with hover boots, but you can never take them off, or iron boots, but you can never take them off, and you have to find... I feel like the logic for that would be hard, but oh my god, it would be funny if they could do it. But like, it'd be tricky to know exactly where you can go while wearing iron boots, because there's like, you can't jump while wearing iron boots. You can climb things, but you can't like make jumps and stuff. Also, I guess you wouldn't be able to... I don't think you can not have them in your inventory, maybe is the thing, because you have to be able to have them as young Link. I mean, hey, well, like when I was younger, before I knew what like speedruns were or anything like that, or like randomizers, like my way of kind of flexing my knowledge of Ocarina of Time and like challenging myself with it was specifically that I would like go out of my way to fight Ganon, but I would do it like with a broken Bigoron sword or a broken Giant's knife, and I would do it with a broken Giant's knife and like hover boots on the whole time, and like no fairies. And I would force people to watch me do it, and I'd be like, look how cool I am, and they'd be like, that's cool, I don't care. There's a pattern here. Well, see, like I said, like there's just stuff you straight up can't do while wearing the iron boots is the thing. Like there's places you cannot go, you cannot jump. If you walk off a ledge in Zelda while wearing iron boots, you will just like drop down, which is like strategic in some cases if you're trying to avoid overshooting something. But like sometimes you have to jump. It is kind of a core mechanic. Oh yeah, this song, by the way, Age of Calamity. This game's got range, baby. I think this song is called A Quiet Moment, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's just really, really pretty. I guess technically, like, for speedrunners, like, it could be like a joke category. I'm thinking more about the iron boots thing. And, like, I think you can still technically do, like bomb hovers and stuff with iron boots on. I think that's a thing you can do. It makes the timing a lot harder if I'm not mistaken. But it is technically, like, something you can do to gain height. with iron boots on, but you would have to have enough bombs or bomb shoes to do that, and to get those, you would also need to not have iron boots on, I'm pretty sure. So, like, I don't know. The short answer is it probably wouldn't be fun and no one would want to try to find out. Alright, there's the boots. The boots, there they are. Drawing Link's boots and just fantasy boots in general is another thing I'm decently good at. I have done it a lot. Okay, and then we'll copy those over here. I guess it doesn't super matter if they're like aligned because I'm gonna be with the strat that I have in mind for how I'm gonna get these on the sprite sheet. I am gonna have to like realign them myself anyway, so I don't think it matters that much. I've never been quite sure if like the actual canonical like design of the iron and hover boots is supposed to imply that Link like actually finds like if they're just like bits that slip over his regular boots like they look like they are, or if they are he's just finding like an identical pair of boots that happen to be his size in Ocarina of Time, because like in other games they are a separate pair of boots is the thing. Like in Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, they're both made very clear to be a different pair of boots with their own design and stuff. But in Ocarina of Time, they're just his regular boots with like it just toggles whether or not he has like a thingy over them. Which is why when you do model swapping, a lot of the time characters will just be wearing slippers. Like they'll just be wearing the external part of the special boots. Yeah, no, I mean, I know that's what they did for like game design purposes. I just wonder like what the what the canon explanation is supposed to be, because I do think it's very funny to imagine that he just like opens a chest in an ice cavern somewhere and finds like a pair of boots exactly his size that look exactly like the ones that he's been wearing for most of his life. Then I'm going to copy them for the hovers, because they're mostly the same. They're just gold and they've got like a slightly different shape to them. I mean, they are like still written as being Kokiri boots. Is the thing. He is still wearing Kokiri boots. I think they were just like always too big for him when he was younger. So now they just suddenly finally fit. Like the implication with a lot of the stuff is that his clothes were like really oversized as a child. Also maybe magic, who knows? I also don't know where he got the tights. At least in the manga they have the courtesy to explain how he got his ears pierced. They make a whole thing out of it, like how he saves Kakariko Village and Impa pierces his ear. Has like a Sheikah coming of age ritual or whatever. Oh, hey, Pumpkin. How goes it? I'm drawing boots. I've drawn 4 boots already, and I'm drawing 2 more. I also drew, like... Actually, I've drawn a lot of stuff tonight. I'm going for a few hours already. My favorite is this frog. This frog's really important to me. Yeah, I suppose so. You get to pop in and see all the stuff I've already done. This is the only one where I traced over the, like the actual sprite as a starter, because it was crucial to me to get the proportions right, because, like, I've got the 3D sprites here, and they really bungled this. This is a real Frogger right here. This is not the same character. Like, he needs to look like that. He needs to have dread and confusion in his eyes, or it's just not the same frog. Thank you. Yeah, I spent about 3 times longer on that frog than, like, any of these masks. The plus side is that I will probably turn that frog into an emote after this, so it's like, even if I can't get this working for my Ocarina of Time randomizer tracker as, like, these, like, custom sprites and stuff for it, then it's still no effort wasted. The boys. Yeah, these are my boys. Sheldon, Screven, Bert, Jimothy, Clive, and Buckley. I've already forgotten what all the names were. Anyways, boots are done, I think. Is there any details on these that I missed? I think that's it. Hover boots aren't as complicated as I thought they were for some reason. I guess hold on here, I think the jets are supposed to go further down. They are, yeah, okay. That's why there's, like, sort of a ribbed line there as it goes into the jet. This is fun. I've never actually really, like, looked super close at never looked super close at the, like, old renders and stuff. Like, I love that we have all of the HD renders from, like, the instruction manual now. Like, this is kid me's dream, honestly, is being able to just be like, boom, there it is, and just look at it. Like, look at all these, like, the reflections and stuff. Oh, I love this shit. Look at the leather texturing, how it, like, stretches. Oh, I love it. Like, I used to scour that instruction manual for drawing reference when I was a kid. I was thrilled to find out recently that apparently that, I guess, like, pretty much every N64 instruction manual has been preserved on, like, Internet Archive or whatever. Like, all of them are up there as PDFs, which is extremely cool. I gotta go through and just, like, sit down and have a self-induced nostalgia blast one of these days. The Ocarina of Time instruction manual in particular is, like, so comprehensive too. Like, there's, like, a million, like... Okay, you know what, actually? I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Can I pull up a window capture? There we go. Okay. Yeah, like look at all this. Like it was like 40 odd pages long. Has like a whole story opening, like explaining like the origins of the Triforce and stuff. You got this map with all these like art of the like in-game races and stuff. My favorite thing about this, so they explain like absolutely everything about this because they're like, oh, you gotta know how Z targeting works because nobody's played a 3D Zelda game before. We gotta make sure people get it. They explain all the UI like super comprehensively, but here's the part that really owns. It's like there's like a billion like bespoke drawings of Link doing like every possible action in the game. Can I zoom in? Just let me zoom in. Yeah. So you can see him like swimming and like all the different like it shows how the analog stick works and stuff. Like this is like one of my favorite things on Earth is just this booklet. Like look, like everyone's seen like most of the other Zelda games. There's like one render of him doing like a spin attack or something. This one's got like he's charging, he spins backwards, he spins forwards. They have him rolling. Like this is ridiculous. Why did they do this? But yeah, there's also all these like items and stuff, right? And these like the full versions of these renders were not found until relatively recently in the same like big leak where they got all the F-Zero stuff. They found all the like uncompressed renders of these, so now they're up online as well. So that's where that hoverboot one came that I pulled up. Yeah, see, there it is. Oh wait, oh whoops! I just realized I zoomed in and I didn't have my. Hold on, let me scooch this over. There. Okay, sorry about that. I've been gesturing at things that aren't on screen. Yeah, all this stuff. Anyways, I don't need to keep going through all this, but it just makes me very happy. Oh yeah, the boss art too. And then they got your notes because it's an old instruction manual. They want you to be able to keep track of shit, write down like, you know, the Deku Scrub password and stuff. I don't think I ever wrote anything in any of my instruction manuals because they were too sacred. And there's Mario, he's here. Alright, anyways, that was fun. Yeah, I have to like physically restrain myself every time I play a Zelda randomizer. When I go through Dodongo's Cavern, there's like this little placard at the top that like gives you the hint for like how to open up the big Dodongos. Like it tells you like when Big Dodongo sees red, the path forward will open or something like that. Telling you that you're supposed to, you know, drop bombs in the eyes of the Big Dodongo skull and then the mouth will open. You'll be able to get to the boss. The little plaque that says that has the same reused texture that is in the courtyard in Mario 64 that everyone thought said 2401 El is real. It's the same texture. And so yeah, every time I walk through there, I have to like stifle the urge to bring that up because I'm just like a super big broken record about it. Yeah, Luigi was in there the whole time. He's the green guy. You might have noticed him. He wears green. He jumps sometimes. Okay, let's do the seed bags, I guess. I'm gonna draw them like varying sizes. Weirdly enough, okay, so something kind of interesting here. Check this out. So, for whatever reason, the in the original, the bag actually gets like bigger between the upgrades. In the 3DS one, it just changes color, which is odd. I don't know why. But oh yeah, didn't they also find like the they found the source textures for like a bunch of objects and locations and stuff in the Ocarina of Time, and specifically in Mario 64, I think. Like they found out where like the wood and brick textures and stuff came from in Mario 64. I like that, like, sometimes it was that they used real photos of stuff, and other times it was like they would just other times it was like stock libraries and stuff like that, so people weren't able to locate those. Same with like sound effects and stuff. That's why like it's funny because sometimes they still use the same sound effects. Like I was playing Pokemon Violet, and that bit in Area 0 when you're like going around and like pressing all the buttons to like activate like the security locks or whatever, so you can proceed. The like beep noise that it makes when you press that is the same beep that like the menus make whenever you make a selection in Jet Force Gemini on the N64. Like people have just been using these same stock sound libraries and stuff for years. I actually technically have a font for this, for like Ocarina of Time era Hylian text, but then I would have to warp it, and I may as well just draw it at that point. It's not worth it. It's a little bit small. Or a little bit big, I mean. I want it to be smaller so that I can make the progressive upgrades bigger. that overlap a little bit so that it looks even more wide without actually having to like make it that much wider. A little bit of trickery. Why? Keeping the text the same size on these will also help with making it feel substantially larger. At least I think so. Yeah, that looks like a significant upgrade, I would say. Cool. And next is quivers. Okay, this one's easy. These ones are all the same except for just like the color, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, these ones don't change in size at all. The metal changes from bronze to silver to gold. Wait, why is there a get item model for the regular quiver? When would you ever get the quiver? It comes with, like, the basic one comes with the bow. It's really odd. Like, the get item models are like the higher quality ones that show up when Link like lifts the item above his head after pulling it out from a chest. So I don't exactly know why that would be a thing. I guess I could take matters into my own hands and just make these slightly varying sizes. Make the small one a little bit smaller. The big one about average with what it is with the cannon size, and then make the big one like kind of wide. Probably would have made more sense to draw the medium one first and then shrink it and grow it either direction, but that's okay. Efficiency's for chumps. It's 5 a.m. I got nowhere to be. Yeah, I guess the thing about like a quiver is that like it wouldn't get longer in size when you upgrade it because the arrows aren't getting bigger. You're just carrying more of them. Wait, can I just copy one of the arrows? Let's do that. Hello. Taking that. See, now we're being efficient. I'm discovering the joy of efficiency. It's pretty alright, I guess. And then here's the kicker. I'll put 2 arrows in this one. Since I believe it doubles your arrow capacity. Default quiver holds what, like 20, 30? I don't actually remember. Alright, I'll make the diamond marginally bigger on this middle one. I was just going to leave it, but it's fine. Cool. Okay. Merge all those. And then the last thing we should have to do is bomb bags and then strength upgrades. Oh, bomb bags, strength upgrades, and scales. And I should also probably draw a heart container and heart container and like a gold Skulltula token, I guess. There's also the Gerudo card and the Stone of Agony and the wallets. Oh god, there's still a lot of stuff to do. Okay, and also have to do keys. I might... I'm thinking. I still got juice to go for a while. Like, I'm not worried about, like, it being too late or anything, but I woke up pretty late. But I think I want to try and get some stuff colored is the thing. Okay, I'm gonna be smart this time. I'm gonna start with the medium one. Yeah, I'll get the bomb bags done, and then I think I will leave strength upgrades and scales and all the medallions and shit for like next weekend probably. I think that's the plan. Because I want to color some stuff. Coloring things is fun. I want to color that frog. I want that frog to be an emote immediately. I don't know what I'll replace with it, but I'll find something and it will be an emote. Oh, I might have made this actually very big. Not too big, but cutting close. Oh my god. Wait, what does that read as? Taffy1pob_SG. Yeah, worst thing about the name change is somehow my emote prefix got even worse. Half tempted to like see what happens if I Like, how often can you change your Twitch username? Because like I could do a little bit of tomfoolery if Wabbit isn't already taken. Temporarily change my Twitch username to Wabbit, and then change my emote prefix, and then change back to Taffy Wabbit a day later. Actually, as cool as it is that the promo render has like writing on it, I don't think I actually want this on there. Is it every 6 months you can change? Okay, well I'm not doing that then. This is actually, I think, the 3rd time. Maybe no. This is the 2nd time that I've changed my Twitch username on this account. Because it was very briefly something else. And then the reason I was thinking it was 3rd is because I also had an old Twitch account that I like abandoned that technically still exists. That was associated with my old account, pre-furry and pre-trans. I did not have a lot of viewers, and I didn't use it for several months, so it was not like a big loss. I think I just made it to like, I streamed Wind Waker Randomizer on my birthday once, and then I just like did it a few extra times after that. I think that was also the account where I tried to stream Shadow the Hedgehog and I got so frustrated that I switched to Sonic Heroes Dark Story instead, kind of like half jokingly like, oh yeah, I'll just play a better Shadow game. And then I clipped through the floor and died and lost my last life and had to start over. And I was so mad that I stopped playing that, and in my infinite wisdom, I decided that a good game to play instead of that was Super Monkey Ball 2. So you can imagine how my day went that day. I really, possibly one of the worst streaming experiences I've had. I really like the way that the 3DS version of this texture, which I'm basing this mostly off of, kind of retroactively implies like what I think is a piece of lore that like bomb bags are made with like from like Dodongo skin or something like that. So that if a bomb goes off inside one, it'll like it'll be contained basically. So they've got these more like kind of leathery textures to them in the 3DS version. And then they've got like the little stitches up the side too. I just think that's neat. I like that they considered that because I think that was... I actually don't remember which game that was brought up in. Maybe Twilight Princess? That feels like something Twilight Princess would do. I don't remember if Twilight Princess even had Dodongos. Alright, let's do some coloring, shall we? Real talk, the item that I'm dreading the most for coloring is actually the World's Finest Eye Drops. Because I may have to do some more glass shading bullshit and transparency on that, and I don't really want to do that. Shouts to this song from Skyward Sword that totally sounds like it belongs in Skyrim. Which is something that I will say as a rare charitable nod towards Skyrim. I don't hand those out very often. I don't think very highly of Skyrim. I also feel like I'm, that being said, I am legally allowed to say whatever I want about Skyrim, because I did still sink like 150 hours into it, and I'm not really proud of that, but it's just kind of a fact. Just cool things about me, I guess. Oh, you know what? In the N64 version, this is a lot less yellow, so I'm gonna desaturate this and hue shift it more towards purple. Yeah, there we go. I'm going for kind of a blend between the 3DS textures and the N64 ones. That's kind of what I want to do. Like taking elements from the 3DS ones that I like, that I think enhance the designs, and then like leaving the rest as is. Okay. I'll just throw some shading on this. I don't know if I'm gonna like... I haven't decided yet if I want to like just kind of color each one all in one go, or like do all the flats and then come back and shade them, but I think for the sake of this one I'm going to just go ahead with it. There we go. That's a little bit warmer. I like that. There, that's pretty good egg, I think. Then shade this straw. There, I think I've successfully made the 2 eggs look visually distinct. Is this important? Not even slightly. But now this one's a yellow egg in a kind of tan nest, and this one's a white egg in a brown nest. Gaming. Howdy. Got a lot of work ahead of me. The important thing is it's not really work if I'm not getting paid, right? No, I'm having fun with these actually. This sort of thing is like very relaxing for me. I don't feel like I get to do fan art very often these days. Usually if I have energy for art, it goes into working. So it's nice to just kind of give myself an excuse every once in a while, you know? So I want this brighter, I've decided. Yeah, it looks like a chicken, more or less. Good enough for me. I'm going to color both of these at the same time. There will be a little bit of jumping around here, fair warning. Like when I announced this stream, I mentioned frogs and swords and stuff, and I really undersold how many chickens there would be. I didn't really think about the fact that there are 3 discrete chickens in this game that you get as items. I think that's a good thing. I think it's good that you get to just carry chickens around with you. I think more games should let you do that. Like other Zelda games have chickens in them, but they aren't like items that you carry in your pocket. I think it's good that Link is just walking around with a chicken. blue chicken time. It's kind of like a cornflower blue, like this. Yeah. This feels correct. I'm going with this. I don't know why I didn't just look in the top right corner of my screen and instead decided to go look on another page where it wasn't pulled up. I like how these ones technically have, like, they're supposed to be the more cartoony ones. They technically have slightly more detailed shading than the other chicken, just because of the way that they are, like, situated. What do you think? Blue eyebrows or black? I like black. I'm leaving him. Okay. That works for me, I think. Chicken's accomplished. I think I made that joke earlier. I'm making it again. It's good. I'm keeping it. Can't stop me. Oh, the N64 version of this item is actually really quite bright yellow. I really like the shading on this one. I wonder if it's like a little too saturated. Nah, ridiculous. There's no such thing, actually. Just decided. Okay. Gonna put a little shine up here. For whatever reason, all of the renders of this item have it being like fairly polished and shiny, which I guess makes sense if it's like something popular with children and like sold all over the place. It's less of like a handmade item and more of like a, I mean, it would have to be handmade, I guess, regardless, because it's wacky medieval times, but you know what I mean. Cool. I really like how that one turned out. Shading is fun. I think shading is honestly like, depending on how I do it, it can be like my favorite part of my artistic process. It's why it's sometimes so hard to like resist the urge to like fully render a piece when I'm not supposed to or don't need to. It's like, oh, but it'll look good though. Oh, it'll look good though. I don't know if I am going to color all of these tonight, to be honest. I might just leave them. I'd like to get the masks done at least, but like, as much as like my energy to like stay awake and keep doing stuff isn't necessarily waning, my energy to keep streaming is, I think. I'm getting there. So, and it seems like most people are more or less filtering out considering it's like morning on a Monday. Not that I super mind, like, just kind of chilling and drawing quietly. But considering how much fun coloring is for me, I feel like it would make sense to save the bulk of it for when people are around. It looks good, I think. Color the lines a little bit. Cool. Alright, this one's straightforward enough. This one's just wood. Need to kind of like give it a little bit of bark texture by like breaking my lines up a bit. Make it feel more rough. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. A little bit of moss kind of staining on it. There's actually some pretty like reddish tones in here that I should try and get. Alright, cool. And the last thing is that I need some kind of general highlights on this. Yeah, that looks good. Cool. Bunny hood. This one will be easy. And I can use some of the same shading techniques that I used on the heat mask, which will be nice. The one thing I feel like I have to make sure I draw tonight or finish coloring tonight is I do have to do that frog. It is imperative, it is non-optional. I simply gotta. I like doing all my coloring on one layer like this. I think it's fun. Feels a little bit like painting. Where it's like a little bit of destructive editing, like you're just kind of, you don't have layers, you're just kind of going over top of what you have. But it's also still like low pressure. You're just kind of slapping colors around and correcting things as you need to. Anyway, hello. It is kind of funny that it's been several months since I last worked on this because I feel like there has been a little bit of a style improvement since I did the first half of these, and I may need to go back and touch up some of the other ones now. Oh, thank you. I try. Yeah, I feel like I gotta go back and like do a little bit of tweaking to some of these. Particularly, I don't like this bow. The bow needs to be chunkier and shorter to fit the style of like the rest of the items. Like I want it to match like the style of these swords in particular. Yeah, but actually, I had my doubts along the way, but I think I actually managed to sell the. I managed to sell like the kind of painted on facial features effect pretty well with this one. I do definitely need to make these like wood grain lines a little bit lighter though. They gotta be really subtle. I just want them to be barely there. Just noticeable. I'll leave it on the hair though, because it looks cool there. Oh wait, the in-game model has like eyeshadow. That's fun. It's like winged eyeliner. It's very fun. They got all kinds of genders in this game. It's good shit. I just realized I've been following the promo render and the 3DS one and not the in-game model, which is kind of the one that I wanted to base this off of. So let's see if we can fix that a little. Yeah, that looks reasonably normal. Yeah, actually, I think the outlines on the Zora's eyes need to be darker. Those are like a very distinct feature. Okay, and then we'll just throw a little bit of shine on this and call this one a day. Alright, so ours is done. And Gerudo and Truth, and then we'll be done these. We can do the frog, and I will be probably done for tonight after that. It has been almost 6 hours. Yeehaw. I'm gonna have to delete some stuff to make space for the VOD for this one. Realistically, I should really just get a bigger external hard drive. I think that'll work. Real quick, this is bugging me. I kind of like that, but I'm not going to keep it. I was just thinking about trying it earlier. Actually, I think this is another one probably where it's important to have the black outline around the eye for sort of a makeup effect. Maybe I'll make the eyeliner just a little bit lighter. No, that's too light. Yeah, more like that. So it still pops, but it doesn't like look like it's part of the 3D shapes. Like I still want it to look like this is a painted face on a mask. Alright, do some shading on the face. Alright, close enough. I don't think there's any way to make the Gerda mask at least not like at least a little bit uncanny. Because it is a mask of a human face, and that's just like never gonna look super good, unfortunately. Alright, time for the Mask of Truth. It's kind of like a weird clown mask if you think about it. Not really sure why the Sheikah would have a funny clown mask that can talk to rocks, but I don't know, it's Zelda. You don't have to justify everything, I guess. Sometimes stuff just is and it's weird, and that's how the world works. I might have made this too low contrast. The gray I used is too dark. I wonder how many people are currently listed as viewing that fell asleep. Like, statistically speaking, with how many people have explicitly told me they turn on my streams to fall asleep, there is a very good chance there is more than one person who successfully did that and did not turn off the stream before they dozed off. It's fine by me either way, though. I need to do some hand stretches. Yeah, it's definitely going to be time to stop after I finish the frog. No question. Alright, for the sake of efficiency, I'm going to break my own rules here a little bit and make a separate shading layer, which is something I've previously been avoiding. But in this case, I think is warranted because of how many different colors are on this thing. And also just like how shiny it is. Howdy. It's alright. Alright, I think this will work passably well for the shading, and then I can just put a little bit of reflected light down here to really make it look fancy and kind of pearlescent. Yeah, that looks cool, I think. Cool, there's all the masks, and it's time for the finale. Before I sign off, I gotta do the frog. It's imperative that I do the frog. Not that frog, this frog. There we go. Beautiful, wonderful boy. I also love this frog. I have to make sure I at least, like, I'm gonna stop, I think, and leave the rest of these for, like, next weekend. But I promised myself I would do this frog because I'm gonna make it an emote. Because this frog resonates with me in my very soul. I don't know what specific emotion it's conveying, and I think that's kind of what I like about it. It's multi-purpose, multifaceted. You can look at it many different ways. And none of them are wrong, but also none of them are correct. Mysterious frog. Yeah, I've been going for like 6 hours, and also my hand kind of hurts, and I can't have that because I also have to draw for my job. Oh, that is much too saturated, actually. Let's crank that down a little bit. Can we go for perhaps desaturated blue? Yes, good, excellent. I'm accidentally pressing the switch tool button instead of the resize brush button. They are right next to each other. I do this a lot. I should really reassign one of them to a different spot on the keyboard so that I don't keep having this problem, but like, I don't know, muscle memory is such a thing, and I've been using the same, more or less the same control layout for years, I guess, several years. So changing it now feels like it would probably throw me off pretty hard. That might be a little too saturated for the main shadow color. I don't want to lose the green. Just want to contrast with it. Yeah, look, that looks pretty good so far, actually. Really like those colors. Green's a good color that I really underutilize. It's one of those colors, kind of like pink, which I guess makes sense because they are like opposites, where you can just get like a ton of range out of it. Like you can use a lot of different hues and a lot of different values and stuff, and they will all kind of pass to the eye as green. Even though this is very clearly, if you look in my... Oh wait, no, I've got my PNG tuber in front of it. Hold on. Excuse me, rabbit, I need to show something off. Where are you? There you are. Alright, I'm erasing the bunny for a second. Right here, you can see my current color is like a desaturated blue, and then my highlight color is like bright lime yellow-green. And those two things together make for overall a frog that looks very neutral green. But we're not done yet. We can go darker. We can even go bluer if we want. Yeah. And then, if we want to get really fancy, we can do some reflected light down here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Just subtle, not too much of it. Color theory is fun. Like, learning this stuff made me feel so fucking powerful, and it still does. It feels like I'm cheating. I've discovered exploits for art. Specifically ones beyond make everything purple, which I do like to do. That is a go-to strat for me. Yeah, I mean, it's I've been doing this for like my entire life, and I'm still like picking stuff up. Like you can certainly learn faster than I did. Like I feel like that's like a caveat that people don't really touch on much with pointing out how long they've been drawing. is that like most of the time if you've been drawing for your whole life, you're not spending that entire time like actively trying to like learn stuff and teach yourself stuff and have like a kind of a focused learning experience. But like I have been drawing my whole life and I'm still picking stuff up, and this is like just kind of one of the more recent things that I've picked up that like has started to make sense for me. Like there's no particular order you have to learn things. There's a lot of variation in like the methods and style that you can employ. Really just kind of whatever's fun for you. Whatever keeps you engaged and feeling encouraged to keep doing more. That's the important thing. Okay, success. I have created the frog. I think I need to... reshape this eye just a little bit though, because it needs to be like slightly looking at the viewer. Wait, I think I know what's up here. The eye was too slanted. Alright, that's as much as I think I'm gonna mess with the frog. I think it's fine. Frog. Okay. No, I think I liked it better with like the slightly more matte eyes. Like that. There we go. Okay. Frog complete. Now we can hop. Watch. Oh, sorry, my tablet doesn't go further than that. Let me try that again. Now he can hop. He's out of here. Anyways, that's some pretty good progress. I did a lot of drawing and colored like a third of them. And then all I have left is to do the strength upgrades, so like Goron Bracelet and the 2 Gauntlet variants. The 2 Zora scales, and then like a all of like the medallions and stuff. And that's pretty much it, I think. So I'll probably do one more stream like this, and then hopefully that'll be all of them done, and then I can plug them into a... I can plug them into the like a custom texture sheet for the Baronade randomizer tracker. It'll look like this, but without all the duplicates and with my art's my art slotted in here instead of the 3DS textures. God, this frog looks so normal. What did they do to him? Why did they make him so normal? Anyways, yeah, I've been going for 6 hours. It's 7 in the morning. I'm gonna go eat something and stretch my hands and not draw anymore until I go to bed. I will see you all around though. This has been fun. Art streams are always chill. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Have yourselves a good week. Bye.